Well, hello. Welcome. What's good, everybody? My name's Alckemy. We've been kind of going in on the channel lately and having a lot of fun, and I've really enjoyed taking a look at new gear. Today's latest and greatest is something that I've already taken a look at on another stream because it came in the mail. We did unboxing and stuff, but you're looking at the Analog Heat Plus effects. Now, Alchemy, why in God's name would you buy something like this? So a little bit of backstory is I had a Poly in play and I had an MPC Live 2. The Oxy 1 sequencer replaced the Poly in play. The Analog Heat replaced the MPC Live 2. And the reason why is because I have an iPad now and that thing is just really awesome. And so I thought that, hey, maybe something that I could be missing or something that I would like to explore is, just an outboard box, something that has some effects on it that I could kind of run through and make some sounds with or something. And here we are. So it's definitely been an adjustment to get used to. I am not suggesting that anybody should buy this, and I'm not even trying to promote this. It's really just something new to say, hey, let's see what this can do and see if it's any good. I will say that it's kind of like this catch-22 thing, because on one end it has some issues with, to me it's an issue anyways, is that it reduces the gain whenever you turn it on. But if you just run it on either clean boost or saturation, you can literally send a signal as hot as you want to into it, and it will still be minus 3.4 or something. So that's kind of cool, but you got to pick it back up with a limiter. So what I think I'm going to do is we're just going to do some whole different stuff. We're going to actually pull up something like current. I think that it could be cool. Maybe we'll do something with Bitwig as well, because I'm going to start making presets and collecting data in order to get these packs up and going. But what we want to do is perhaps set this to 2 voices here. We're going to turn the width down, turn the random down all the way. I would really like if we could just save this as a random, or save this as default. Is there a way to do that? I don't think there is. Oversampling, frame rate, advanced. I don't think there is. So I have to do that every time. That's annoying. All right, so this should be your standard run-of-the-mill. There we go. Let's go ahead and run it into, actually let's just leave it as is, and let's go ahead and run the Analog Heat into this, which I do like that it comes as overbridge. There's a couple of things that I find annoying with this. For one, you'll see that there's a volume knob here, and the main volume on this only controls the headphone and output volume to external speakers and stuff. I actually thought that this knob was broken because I ran it in test mode and it wasn't doing anything, and I was like, what the heck? But we want to turn the volume up on this, and we'll be taking a look at kind of what's going on here. So, yo, ISO, how are you, dude? All right, so something that I want to talk about with this is this pro and con thing. This character here, or with the heat, it's really unfortunate that I cannot move all of this before the saturation, because if you're just running the character on its own, it'll clip the signal. So technically speaking, this means that it will limit / clip whatever it is that you send through it. But as soon as you start using the filter and the equalizer on here, it changes and you lose that dynamic. I guess one other solution would be just to include a limiter on here. I think that would be really cool. Thankfully, we're in the DAW, so I can always just put one after. Perhaps a safety limiter or something. But we're going to leave this off because I'm going to show you how this works and whatnot. But yeah, so from there, I guess what we can start doing is we can start turning some knobs and start making this sound super fat. And we will get into what that might sound like. So hopefully you all are in for a good time. Let's go ahead and hit a note. Turn the mix up all the way. And something that I want you to just keep a look at, over here on the side is just be mindful of our gain values over here. So as far as getting like fat sounds, let's just turn this off. That's cool. It gets pretty big. Now the other thing that could be interesting with this is maybe we can toss a fuse compressor on here. And we'll put this over towards the bottom and send a hard clip out. Hey Nex, what's up, dude? We can just grab some gentle filters over here. Now, the reason why I wanted to explain this though is like it's really important that like you're not just listening to it from a volume perspective. We need to listen to this from a timbral perspective because the volume is going to be jumping around all the time on this. And sometimes that's a good thing, sometimes it's not a good thing. So just kind of bear that in mind. But what we can do is maybe just run this through a notch or something. There we go. And turn the resonance down, and then maybe we can just set very gentle LFO through this. And let's just see what that is going to do. That's too high. We just want that in our low mids. Let's go ahead and boost the high gains. This is an analog EQ, which actually sounds really good. This is almost like a built-in OTT. Cool. So that gives you some kind of indication about like what kind of sounds you can get out of this without using anything else. We're just using the heat on its own. Now, of course, there are the built-in effects, which we'll start to get into on its own. You can get kind of close to like a morphing, twisting bass by, oh shit, sorry. Kind of close to by manipulating some stuff in here. Uh-oh, this is not playing nicely with my chair and this position. Hold on one sec. There we go. But yeah, it does still leave a little bit left to be desired, and I'll show you what that means here in just a second. So let's go ahead and actually backtrack just a tad because I want to get into like actual sound design and stuff, and I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's go ahead and build a patch just with the heat and see what we can get out of it, and then we'll look at what else this needs in order to process the sound further. I think that seems fair, yeah. So we're going to turn the fuse compressor off. No other engines are happening right now. This is literally just a detuned saw wave, and let's see what the analog heat can do on its own. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over here, and I'm going to kind of make this a little bit more easy to work with. We're going to hit yes, no, and turn this on. We want to turn this all the way off. And on this filter right here, as you'll see, this is cool because it's actually acting somewhat as a bandpass. So these are actually two filters that we can utilize in order to create movement, which is kind of neat. Well, you got a heat plus effects. I did. We're trying to figure out whether or not it's worth it. So within this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to LFO1, and we're going to set the destination to, LFO1. And then what we're going to do is turn this guy on. We're going to adjust the time here, and we're going to send this to LFO2 and pull the feedback down to like just a tiny bit, and we'll keep this up here, and we're going to turn the amount down and set that on mix. It's going to send through the heat, which I think that we're going to do last. Maybe we'll bounce around on that. So with this warble, as you'll see, you actually have another high pass and low pass filter. And so what we can do on that is to just send in another thing here to be able to modulate that, which is kind of sick. We can actually set the depth to like 0 and just let that play out. We've got a bass mono here, so we can just change that there. That's a nice touch. So we can set everything below like 140. And kind of just set a chorus on here to do its thing. then we can turn a reverb on here. And what's cool about this is there's an envelope follower, so we can actually go to the envelope here and set this to the drive. And what we'll do here in a second is just turn it down while the envelope follower is moving, and then we can kind of turn it back up. So there's that. Hey Stereo, new to your channel since I switched to build recently, but I've been loving all your content. Thank you so much. Yeah, dude, thank you, man. I appreciate that. That means a lot. So because of this, we can change the threshold down pretty low, and then make the release on this a little bit longer. Turn the depth down, so dope. We can change this bit filter up and down. We can also change this to something different, which we'll do in just a second. But one thing that I've learned about this is that we can actually get randomized movement by doing a combination of things. The first thing is that we've got this delay time over here, but we can also send this to LFO1 to the speed here. And if we're taking a look at LFO1 now, you'll see that it's just a triangle wave. But once we move this, now we've got a random smooth curved LFO, which kind of sucks because that means that I have to send this to a destination or use up a destination point with this, because you only get like what you get 8 destinations total, which is more than enough. But at the same time, like I just give me a smooth random. That would be so nice, but you can do it. And that's how I figured out how to make this work. And then what you can also do is send this to a bunch of different stuff if you want to. Warble bass, warble width. So what this will do is again kind of just create some random movement here. You just use the Bitwig modulators with heat. Well, sure, I get it, but what I'm saying is like I'm just trying to say like what can this do on its own before we get into all the other stuff, right? Oh wow, a bunch of people jumped in. Hi everybody. So yeah, if you want to do smooth LFO or smooth randoms, then you just need to send another LFO to the speed of the primary destination, and that'll do that for you. So I'm not really sure, and I'm glad that you're actually here, Albert, because I've seen you in a bunch of different like analog heat stuff, and you'll probably be able to help me out. But with this envelope depth over here, does this just go to envelope 1, or where does this go? That would be a good question to ask, because I'm not really sure where that's supposed to be. I'm guessing it goes to LFO1 or whatever that does, because this is moving kind of at random. So this is off right now. Let's see what this sounds like. That's the LFO1 mod amount. Okay, so no matter what, filter 1 is going to go to LFO1. Yeah, so you actually have 9 destinations then, because if we look at LFO1, this is not going to anything except for this, but maybe we can send this to something different. It would be nice if we can send it to the phase. I guess that would be another thing. So far, do I feel like the fact that it's analog makes a really big difference, or more so that it's fun to have something tactile? That's a really good question, and that's what I'm trying to answer today. So we're gonna make some sounds with this just on its own, and like we'll combine some of the bass techniques and drum techniques and stuff that I do, but then we can also put it on a master and just kind of see what you all think. And that's really the kinds of questions that I want to answer. I bought this with my own money, so I don't really have anything to gain by being like, you should buy this or you should not, but I think that just having some fun with some experimentations will hopefully leave you all with some questions answered for people that like to do stuff that we do, right? So yeah, as of now, I mean, this is what we're working with. This is already clipping. Oh, we're good. So fun fact, if we turn the dirt on, then this is where you will pass your clipping threshold. But if you leave the saturation just here where nothing else is on, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take another, we could do a limiter, we can do another kind of clipper or whatever, and what I want you to be aware of is what's getting ready to happen. So we can take the drive, again, I want you all to watch this over here on the left. But check this out. So we can duplicate that. And let's see what that does. This is going to get really loud. It does different things for each distortion type. Right, but if you leave it on the saturation or the clean boost, I do believe that this will clip the signal. Or act as a soft clipper, rather. So... So if you want an analog clipper, then this works. We can also put it on clean boost. I don't know if that's going to actually pick the gain up at all or not, but let's give that a try. Oh, it does. Okay. So no matter how hard you drive this, if you only have the analog heat on, that was one of the biggest questions for me, was will this clip? Will it clip? And the answer is yes, but you lose out on the other two most like valuable features of this device, which is the analog EQ and then also the analog style filter. Because if you were to send something like this, say like a bandpass, and then you do your processing on the outside, or let's say you're trying to do your mastering, I really wish that there was a way to move the heat to the opposite side to where it'll clip at the end, or give us a limiter or something. Come on, Electron. This is a $1,000 device. Like, what the heck? What can you say? So there is a compression style solution, but this doesn't act as a limiter. This will not actually limit your signal. It just allows you to compress to where then you can limit after the fact. But it just doesn't make sense why that's not built in. I don't know. If anybody has any advice on how that's supposed to work, or if you have any like pseudo solutions, I would love to know. But that defeats the purpose for a mastering situation. So from a what's it called? From a sound design perspective, though, if we take a step back and we say, okay, we're not going to use this for necessarily mastering or so, at least by the box on its own, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a clipper at the end, and then we're just going to leave this at 0.1, leave that on hard limit. Is that a delta sign? Is that new? Did this just update on its own? This looks different. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, so now no matter what we do, we can actually clip the signal and we can start to move these pieces around. So just as a reminder, we have the analog heat plus effects going on. We've got some modulation set up, and then we don't have anything going on with current right now for the effects. So we just kind of have like a fat signal. So what I am going to do though is I am going to move the heat over to let's go and put this before the bass mono and move that over here. We can put the chorus before the distortion, delay, warble, filter, delay, warble, chorus, distortion, and analog EQ / filtering, reverb, and then bass. So that's kind of our effect chain. And I encourage you like to just experiment with these different effect chains and whatnot. But it is cool that we've already got some random modulators set up, that we've already got stuff kind of going on to get some movement. But now let's go ahead and introduce the dirt. This is actually going to drive the signal even more. So, and even if you have the multi-mode filter off, it's still, the dirt is still going to drive. So let's go ahead and put this on a bandpass and change the mod depth to be kind of high. We want to kind of do something like this. So now this should be kind of creating some whomps. We're going to go ahead and make this a little faster. I think I will, Proton Kid, at some point. I'm not sure if I'm going to do a Bitwig style thing first or if I'm going to do current, but I will be putting something out for it. I do like current. It's really cool, but I do want to let the dust settle a bit and kind of let all that whole thing figure out. And I actually want to give it some time and see if people are adopting current or not, you know, because it's a lot of time. It's a lot of time to come up with a preset bank, and I don't want to make something if like nobody's going to buy it, you know. I mean, that seems probably kind of rude, or kind of like, how do you say, like basic bitch, but at the same time, it's like from a business standpoint, we'll see. Okay, so you can hear that because we've activated the filter that this is significantly more quiet. So this is where we can actually abuse the compression to get a lot of our volume back. So I'm going to put the compressor at the end, and what I'm going to do is move the threshold up, turn the ratio up, and then little attack, little release, and we're just going to crank the gain on this. So as you can hear, like that's getting pretty loud. What I do want to do is kind of fine tune this a bit, so that way we're getting some kind of movement here. And I haven't really figured out like how to dial the modulator speed in the way that I want it to yet, but we're kind of working on it, and I'm trying to make it move a little faster. Yo, Mac, what's up, brother? Yeah, we've got an analog heat plus effects going on right now. So we can also try a notch. If I'm going to do that, though, I want to turn that compression off, because that's going to kill our signal. We can actually... Shit. You can see that that kind of does some nice things to the top end of that. And you can get some pretty fat sounds out of this. So now that we have something like that, you can see that we're already hitting that clip mark. It's cool so far. It's not anything that I think is going to change your world, but it is kind of fun to play with and to kind of just mess around with and see what it can do. So something that I'm still not happy with is I don't really know how this modulation thing is supposed to work. I really want this to like move all over the place and be a little bit more, yeah, there we go. Let's like, come on, like pick it up. I want this to be like all over the place, and sometimes it might not be a great idea to do like this random modulation like how I'm doing now to showcase something, but this is a real world use case about like, you know, what to expect. So I'm messing with the speed. I need to change the multiplier. Well, what's the difference between the speed and the multiplier? Yo, Frank, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Okay. So I imagine that you all are getting some feedback from my speakers. Sorry. Maybe we can boost the resonance up here to try to get some really nice low end movement. And so if we do this, then maybe what we might want to do is take the bits and move it past the heat, so that way we're actually going to get some signal movement of moving this off. The heat overbridge, no feedback here. Sounds crunchy. Okay, then I'll turn it back up. So, I mean, you can get some pretty crunchy sounds like this. So what would happen if we change this into a square? what happens if we bring this hybrid filter back and we turn on the fuse compressor? So anyways, this is about as far as you can take the effects just by itself. So I guess there's that. I mean, there's not really much else that this has that you can do, and it's not really meant for like getting absolutely insane with sound design. But that's why I think that this is the most disappointing thing about this, is that I can't split these up. Even if it was like maintained within the heat block, but I can still move those pieces around, like that would be really nice. But because you can't do that, it's like everything is centered around the distortion, but you like, yeah, it would make a big difference, at least in my opinion. But as far as making a fat sound, you know, or having a place to start with making something interesting, right? I definitely think that we can kind of get some stuff going here. Maybe if I can kind of do what I'm trying to do, we'll go here, we'll move this over here, we'll make one of these guys, and then we'll make some more over here. Just kind of up and down, I guess. This needs to go a little bit further up. Dope. Okay. So now what we can do is maybe grab another LFO, and this needs to be a little bit slower. And then what we can do is maybe perhaps grab just a touch of chorus on this, and multiband. And then we can add a touch of distortion to this. And then we're gonna make this just really loud. So super duper loud. We might want to toss another notch in there because I don't really know what that's going to sound like, but let's go ahead and give that a shot. We can move the cutoff somewhere around here and grab that same LFO and just barely kind of cut those low mids. Also at the mixing stage, I use heat as a synth effects for some parallel excitement. Makes some small difference, but I like the harmonic adds. You can also use it while mastering. Well, the issue that I've been running into with that is that if you run it in a parallel chain, it's got such big latency that it creates like flanging. Not a game changer, but it's a nice thing to have. Well, that's pretty crazy. So let's turn this off and let's see what this sounds like without it. I don't know. What do y'all think? Maybe we can add some FM to this. So let's go back to just sine wave, and then we'll do something similar like this, and then we'll send this to oscillator B. That's crazy. Yeah, I'll take a spin with those if you want to loan me one, or like just let me use one for a day and then bust it out. I don't know. Can I hook it up to try modulating the character parameter with a random? Just came by to say hey. You demand. Thanks, PG. Appreciate it. Yeah, I guess we can try the other models as well. I just wanted to get stuff going here and figure out what all that is. But is there a way that you can get like USB audio out, or how would I like record that? I guess I have an iRig too, but how would you? I still don't know how to get the sound in there. actually, what we could do is I could probably send it into the heat. So that's an option. And with that, I have another question for you, Albert. If I were to send iPad volume, or like line my iPad into the input of this, can I still use the overbridge VST to get sound out through the heat too? I think you just answered my question. So, okay, so that's really cool as well. Unfortunately, I only have a mono out. Hey, Davey. Unfortunately, I only have a mono out, and I couldn't get it to work really well. But I might go and order like a splitter or something to where I can actually send that in. Because if that could be really cool as well, just to have a bridger to be able to like get sounds out of the iPad, send it through the heat, and then record it into the DAW. Like even though the exporting and the airdrop is really cool, within, you got to route it in the overbridge control panel to inputs, right? Yeah, to the inputs. Oh, just the control panel. I thought that you can just do it in the VST. So like in the settings, it would be analog in, right? Yeah, so we just set that to in, and then we can get sound from that, I believe. So there's that. But yeah, let's continue with this patch a bit and see what else we can get. Okay, so just for fun, let's throw a multipass on this. Harmonic, son. The distinctive ALK sound. Is that a sound for me? Let's try neuroplasticity. That's moving very fast. Let's set these to sync. So that way these don't just like fire off. And let's see if we can get some other interesting kinds of sound out of this. I don't know what this is going to sound like. Okay, we're fine. I mean, I don't really even think that these are usable as like basses, but I mean, it is a fat ass sound, so. So maybe what I can do to try to create a little bit more movement on this, because as you can tell, like the filter is really just kind of like overtaking the sound. So maybe what we can do is change the multiplier, kind of like what Albert was saying, and see if that will affect warble bass, warble width. Maybe it's something like that. And let's see if that is going to make that jump around. Dash made some dope sound with Current today. Sadly, I was half asleep at the couch. I think Current is cool. You can get some really big sounds with it. Gross. Okay, let's go back to a notch. Set this to be minus and turn the resonance down. We're just like breaking it. It's great. Okay, so what happens if I send this on the multipass on the other side? Let's run this through a fuse. Worth it if I already have dozens of dirt pedals? You know, I wouldn't know. This is honestly my first, like outboard gear distortion unit, and I don't have enough information to give you like an educated answer. I'm sorry. Yeah, definitely. So that's if I turn the analog heat off. Let's go ahead and run this through a disc tube. Better one, really good outboard effects versus 10 shitty ones. I would defer to Albert. There's somebody else that I know that has heat as well that comes in here a lot. What is his name? It starts with an F. Is it Francis? Frenzel. If y'all see him in chat or you see him around, I've seen a lot of posts on Reddit and stuff from him, so not to expose him, but he might be somebody knowledgeable. So yeah, this is the disc tube culture. This is my favorite distortion unit that is supposed to be modeled after analog. As far as I know, the biggest difference between analog and digital is that digital is binary, so it moves between zeros and ones, and analog is based off of voltage, so it's always going to be a little bit different. Whether or not that actually makes a big difference in the sound quality is it modeled after the yeah, it is. It's modeled after the culture vulture, and I think it has a couple more things. I like it too, just a bit more CPU intensive. Disc tube culture? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. So let's go ahead and drive this to be insanely loud, and I guess we can compare. I guess in some cases, right? So let me do this real quick. We'll save this as a preset to 11, and then what I'll do is we'll go to a new preset here. And I'll turn this off, and what we'll do is just use the saturator on this. So we'll turn off the compressor and we'll move this at the end, so that way we can get a more without all the other effects that are working with this. There aren't many presets, unfortunately. Source audio ultrawave. To be honest, for distortion, I'd rather use cold fire or thermal than heat, but neither of those are hardware, so I still want to heat. Yeah, that's fair. I still haven't checked out Coldfire, so hold on. Let's take this off, and I think that one of the best things that we can most likely do in order to switch this up is I'm just going to duplicate this patch and turn it off because I don't feel like saving it at the moment, but what I will do is we're going to go to initialize, and we're just going to use like a sine wave, right? I think that's the best way to figure out how this is all going to go down. And then we can switch over to all the other shit and see what that sounds like. Is this outputting any sound? Yes, it is. Okay. So let's go back into the heat now, and we'll turn the drive and the mix and all that up. Maybe with an effect selector and bitwig so you can switch easily. I need to make the signal hot because it's not loud enough. So we can take this through the distortion units. Sorry guys. And kind of just A/B what's going on here. Have you noticed that it's changing the equalizer? Thanks. Yeah, for sure. Just Alckemy or Ian is fine. So the reason why I have Neuro in my channel is whenever you look up my name, if you type in Alckemy, then it says, did you mean Alchemy? So what I did was, oh, you mean like, oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay, hold on. I get what you mean. There we go. So, what's it called? Yeah, that's not actually part of the artist name or whatever. It's just so that way people can find me. Okay, now I guess what we could do with this is we need to like make these match level wise, because if we don't, then like it's not even the dB meter, it's dB these nuts. We need to pull up a LUF meter on here and match them to be even, so that way we can test the characteristics of them, because again, like it's really easy to be like fooled by the loudness of something, right? If it's louder, then it's like, oh, that's better, and it's not true. It just, you need to be we need to kind of figure out an even playing field for what, yeah, we need to gain match this. So let's move the output down to like, yeah, I know that the heat can reach that, so we'll do that here. So we actually need to turn this down now a little bit. So, or rather, let's turn the other one up because I think that's going to be easier. Okay, so now these are pretty much even. Sorry, I'm trying to like fight for real estate on what's going on. How can I set this up to where it makes sense? There we go. Analog heat. We can pull this down here and just keep that there. Okay, so keep your eyes over here. This is the analog heat. Let's go ahead and take it through those distortion units again. So let's go to the distube culture now, and we'll start on this and mess with the drive and stuff on here. So it is. You can see right here it's set to neutral. We killed it. As you can tell, like, I don't know guys, but I love the distube culture. It is such a good tool. So now that we kind of have an idea about what that's going to sound like, let's also send it through with something that's going to have a little bit more harmonics, because I think that some of the higher end saturation, or sorry, the higher end distortion things need some more harmonics to bite off of.
Recording to logbook.
It's a really good distortion. I love it, man. It's nice. Yo, thank you so much for the follow, Devin. Oops, we're still on distube. Sorry, let's go back to the analog heat now. So I accidentally turned the compressor on. Sorry. This is on, right? So why is this okay. So yeah, now we can go back and damn it. Gotta move this out of the way. Go back here and alternate and mess around with the disc tube again. Yes, it is quiet. It has a significant amount of gain reduction on it. So, I mean, they do sound different, that's for sure. They definitely don't sound the same to me, which is good. Have to crank it after. Yeah, you do. You can also turn on the compressor or the dirt if you want to bring some of it back up. But if you're trying to clip with it, then you want to just run it. You just want to run it on the drive or on the heat setting, and then use like a clipper or use a limiter after, because it will already clip the signal if it's on clean boost or saturation. Okay, so let's go ahead and throw this through a Reese now, and then maybe what we can do is get like a very like relatively quiet drum break in this, and then kind of toss that in. Are there any other tests that you all want me to run this through that might be interesting? Let's set this to 2 voices, random at 0, and detune this. Reese, no, come on, dude. Like, it was funny the first 300 times. As you can see, what I'm aiming for is keeping the bias relatively in the middle, because when you move the bias, at least the way that I understand it is, where's this at here? Yeah, so keeping the bias relatively in the middle will mean that the waveform will be pretty much symmetrical. So this tube sounds better, so I don't have to feel like spending 1K on the analog heat. Well, you need to make that verdict for yourself. Like, that's not, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like you gotta be able to think for yourself. I'm not here to sell anybody on anything. It's just a test, and just for some information on like, hey, is this really good? You know what would really be helpful though is I would really appreciate if you all like share this video for anybody that's interested in seeing what the difference is between these. So I want to buy everything, so I want to hear that it sucks. Well, like I said, like you got to make that decision for yourself, you know. Don't listen to me, because even for me and the tools that I use, they might not be, they might not gel, or they might not vibe with you, you know. So yeah, I try to keep the bias relatively in the middle because that keeps the waveform symmetrical. But sometimes it's more beneficial to fuck up the waveform and make it asymmetric and do cool things to it. But yeah, what can you say? Okay, so there's the Reese on there. Now let's go ahead and pump it through this guy. And I know that all the settings are on max and I'm not really dialing anything in, but I think that it's just meant to provide as demonstration, if you will. So this is the analog heat plus effects. You can, but I usually don't get good results with the input on this. It usually just like farts it out way too hard. No, I know, but yeah, it usually just farts it out way too hard. And it doesn't actually affect the output. It's just how much you're shoving into it. See? So. But yeah, I guess if you want to really go extreme with it, then we can run it through again, so. But then it comes into like, it kind of invalidates the test because, you know, figuring out which one can get louder. Obviously, the disc tube is going to get louder because this has a significant amount of gain reduction on it, right? So I don't really feel like that test is I don't know. Just for the sake of doing it, that's one thing, but I wouldn't use that as a means to judge. So. Although that does sound pretty good with that other stuff on there. Although I will say it is nice that I can just touch this box and be like, oh, what does this distortion sound like? And I don't have to open up the plugin. That's kind of nice. So I will say that I think that this does offer more timbral aspects of distortion than the disc tube, but you know, I'm going to be giving this away once I hit 20,000 subscribers. So somebody's going to win this. You know, for what is it, $100, $150? Sometimes you can get it on sale for half of whatever the initial cost is. You know, it's like, that's not bad. Disc tube is great. Now, why are we getting noise out of this? We shouldn't be. This should be off, right? No, okay. Slap it on drive, easy peasy. Tube culture? Yeah, I'll be doing a giveaway for tube culture pretty soon, or once we hit 20,000 subscribers. Like I said, as far as like, how do I say this? There's a lot of different distortions that I use, and my favorite kinds of effects are filters and distortions because that is like 99% of the sound design that I do. If you own Arturia products, they will offer discounts in your account. Oh, well, that's cool. Yeah, so if you own anything else from Arturia, then you might be able to get a quick hookup anyways with a discount. But yeah, I mean, just comparing the different types of drive, the distortion models of this and the bias, like they're obviously very different. And I don't really know what kind of shapes Triode, Pentode 2, 1, 2, and 3 are supposed to look like. I suppose if I were to send them through a sine wave and then look at the characteristic of the waveform, then that's what it would represent. But I'm not sure what shape those are actually supposed to be. They're different circuitry emulations. Yeah, I know, but like, you know how like a saturator, right, is a sine basically, or like a sideways, it's like an S curve, right? And then a hard clip is like, you know, it's like a square shape. So they all have different kinds of characteristics with them based off of some kind of mathematical equation, and I'm not sure what those are. But likewise, I'm not really sure what these are supposed to be either, other than, you know, the way that the names are to describe them.
Recording to logbook.
Yo, Sav, thank you so much for the follow. But okay, so there's that. Let's go ahead. You can only have one instance on this at a time before this crashes the engine, so we're just going to back off of this for a hot sec. I don't see any of the messages that I'm responding to. Type in you're probably in top chat. Go to live chat. The ones on heat are literal different circuitries. Right, but but every distortion has a, you know what I'm saying, has a particular character about it that makes it what it is. So the circuitry still creates a like, you can still look at it through an oscilloscope, even though it might, like, you know, phase or like be different and like always kind of move around because it's voltage. It still has a general characteristic of how you can look at it. So let's go ahead and toss a drum loop in here now, and we can kind of do the same test. I'll probably grab something that is like, I don't know, like hip hop-ish. I always use that one. Let's use that one. So let's go ahead and drop this and we'll do the same test. So we're going to go analog heat plus effects. Then we are going to group this with a disc tube. Then we're going to change this to an effect selector. There we go. We're still in beta on the newest Bitwig, so we're doing lots of crashing, so there's that. But let's go ahead and swap this over and see what we're working with. Also, that's probably because I'm cranking the gain on this. Let's go into initial. There we go. Turn this off, and let's listen to how this sounds on this guy. There we go. It's fine. I'll pull that on in just a second. Yeah, I checked it. crunch on drums. Now keep in mind, sorry. I've also got the dirt on. So that's something if you want it to be a little bit cleaner. But as you can hear, like there's a lot of different tone shapes that you can do with this, which I like. That sounds like an entirely different drum kit. I wish that there was a knob for the dirt. So that's a lot of different stuff for for the analog heat. Let's go ahead and switch it over to this guy. We'll just turn this off for a sec, and let's run it through this and see what you all think. Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah. I should have pulled that up. Yo, you. So, what do y'all think so far? I love putting an LFO on the drive of my Electron boxes so the kicks don't get farty and the snare still cracks. The heat is noise. An LFO on the drive for the Electron boxes? You mean like an envelope follower? I think they're both great for different things. So to be honest, I mean, like I've gotten some really fat sounds from using the disc tube culture. I usually don't run it like this. To be perfectly honest, what I usually do is like run this as a mix or like run this into a bus, or just use disc tube culture on my actual drum design. Which I guess we could do that. Maybe we can design a kick and snare if that will be interesting to you all. But usually with the mix that's usually the sweet spot about how this works. Hey, Aquatic. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna run this into just some drum stuff, and I'm very quickly going to just pull some resources, because that's what I usually do. I usually don't sit here and design kicks and snares anymore. I usually use some of these guys. We're gonna use bread cells because we've got percussion on here. So what I like to do is just hit this a few times, and then this will give us something that's somewhat reminiscent of a kick and snare. So let me make sure that this is here. Filters, detune random, phrases. plenty of stuff in here that sounds like a kick and snare. So what we'll do is we'll find something that is close to a kick. So that one's okay. That's a tom. We can use that as a snare. That would actually be really sick. So if y'all didn't know, I like to make like very weird characterized types of drums. So I really prefer disc tube culture for my demonstration sound-wise, but the stipulating on the knobs is surely a better experience. I use LFOs. I don't have a heat. Does the heat only have envelopes? Oh, wait, on the drive, so the kicks don't get farty and the... Oh, well, what is it that you're doing on the Electron boxes? That's why I'm confused. Sorry, you said Electron boxes, so I assumed that you also had a heat. But yeah, it has envelopes and LFOs. Okay, let's speed run this. If you all want to know how I do this shit, you can just go on to, you can consider becoming a member for my master classes and stuff, but I'm not gonna try to explain a whole bunch of shit at the moment. We need a Saturn, kick shaper. I'm always curious about hardware effects, whether you get your money's worth. I've come across buying an effect pedal a few times, but just end up using software, stipulating like fiddling with the knobs. Fair. Okay, so I'm gonna get this to a point that I like, and then maybe something that I'll do is we're gonna do a few different things here, because I would like to figure out what this would sound like if I ran compression on the heat into this as well, and then into the distortion, and then we'll let me just finish designing this, and then we'll A/B it. So because we have our chain set up, we can also run this into... We can run a few kicks through it. Sorry, man, if I'm running a beat on one track of the rhythm, use the LFO to have different amounts of distortion for each element. Like a stepper, or... Okay, so I'm going to hit Command J on this, and we're just going to change the warp mode to this to Elastic Pro. Oh yeah, so there's no sequencing options in the heat. I really want this to like blow up. There we go. That sounds a lot better. We can do something else if we wanted to, just to see if we want to bring some of that high end back. Okay, so this would be a typical use case for what I would do to make a kick. I'm going to leave this on first, and we're just going to replace this with the analog heat. And let's just go into a brand new preset here. And let's see what we can get with this. We are going to have to turn this back up because actually we can run this through the compressor as well to just compare. But this is going to significantly reduce the signal so that the loudness factor is not going to like equate. But it's such an annoying thing. It doesn't sound bad though. What was this hidden at? I'm going to duplicate this. Change this to 0.1. And turn this off and turn this back on. See what that's hidden at. -10. Okay. -10. Okay, so we're about the same. We're about the same now. Wait. I know. That's just from the heat. And it's not going to matter once we bounce it out. Obviously we broke it. So you can definitely go too far with this, for sure. I like that one. So I like this. So what we'll do is we'll just compare the two now. So, oh, excuse me. Also, the fuse compressor is bringing up some of the noise on here. So what I think we'll do is we're going to, well, shit. That's supposed to be on the opposite side of the chain. Group. Right click, effect selector, turn this on, set that here. Right click, effect selector. Apparently that doesn't like that, so what can you say? Okay, so this is the disc tube. Wait, what's this one? Okay, there we go. Let's move these. That way they're lined up. This is the analog heat on a setting that I like. All right, that just crapped out for a hot set because it got too hot. we will bring that back in just a minute because it overheated. That's the unfortunate side effect of GoPros is they get hot. But yeah, so that's a kick situation. Bringing the heat. I set it up next to the heat. What did I expect? It took longer to get a satisfying result on the heat. Well, it's also new, right? Like I'm still, I've only had this for a couple of days. But I do think that there's a lot more timbre that this offers. And that's really what I was doing, was just kind of exploring. Oh, that wasn't even the right one. I like the timbre of the heat. There we go. So there's a lot of different, you know what I mean? A lot of different avenues of what you might want to use. So let's go ahead and get into our second experiment now. And what I want to do is I'm going to put the glue in here. One thing I'm seeing is that I don't like is that there's no carryover in the settings between the different models. What do you mean by carryover in the settings? Volume makes it harder. There are carryover settings. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to activate the compressor on this. Let's reset this. And we'll pull the compressor over to this side. Oh, that turned itself on, so this was actually more quiet than it was supposed to be. God damn it. Yeah, okay. All right, so let's compress this now with a long attack, long release. Turn the ratio up. But they sound drastically different. I mean, timbrely, the volume is way too different between the models and the EQ as well. Yeah, the gain matching is for sure very different. I suppose what you could do if you're making drums is you could just like I wish that this was time as opposed to just a value, because I'm not really sure what this means. Oh, this is milliseconds. Okay. Yeah, so like 100. And then it's like 100 and 100. Ooh. Nice. See you, Davey. Thanks for coming in. That he accidentally blocked you? Oh, it was probably because you guys were having a dispute on something and he didn't want to deal with it. He got tired of you saying these nuts too many times. There's nothing I can do about that. All right. So that's the compression. That's the compression side of that. And that makes that a lot louder for sure. So let's move this over now. And this is with this, and I don't really feel like the need to change the settings on here because I've been using this for so many years that it's pretty much, I've got that dialed in. I didn't accidentally block anyone, just tired of nut jokes. So there you go. I mean, maybe he'll unblock you if you back off of the D's nuts jokes. Didn't really want to make a scene out of it. Well, me neither, but now I'm being triangulated, so. Damn, sorry, dude. Here we are talking about nuts as if we were squirrels. I think it's fine. I mean, I'm just like, hey, enough, but. So this seems more rounded out, and then this one is... There's some phase going on with this, but maybe what I can do is introduce the filter on this. If you want to turn on. Maybe. There we go. Ooh, that sounds nice. The filter, the EQ, and the distortion are all analog. The effects are all digital. This is nice. Have I tried using it on the master channel? We're gonna get there in a second. So that's a typical kick situation. What do you all think so far about that? Let's go ahead and get rid of this. Actually, what I'll do is I'm gonna cut this, and we're gonna turn this off. And let's go ahead and test this on snares. So let's find one. I heard one earlier. Can I filter the first and then run it through the distortion? You can, but not with the same effect chain. And that was the biggest disappointment that I had with this so far, is that I can't move the distortion to the main analog filter. Everything is set in a particular chain, and I'm like, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Okay, I guess we're going to use this because that seems to make the most sense to me. It's just hardwired because it's analog. But even if it's analog, like you can't change like the block or like the chain or yeah, I don't know, it's not hard to add a switch. It'd be possible to have analog routing, but that would bring the cost up quite a bit. Oh, well, that's annoying. All right, very quickly, I'm going to speed run this. Got a balance to take care. Yeah, thanks for coming in, bro. Appreciate it. If I have to be cynical, it looks like a purposeful limitation to have a selling point for possible super analog superheat or something like that. There's also challenges for modulation. Yeah, these are things that I don't understand, so... Well, that I don't know about, rather. I'm sure I could understand, but... Alright, let's give this some love. A little bit of space. I'm actually going to pull this up. I didn't know this, but... Wait, if I wanted to import... I don't remember how to do that. How do I import into... Whatever, it doesn't matter. We'll just use these. Because I don't want to spend too much time on this. Probably wrong, but they wouldn't have the route overall distortion models to change the chains. I'm pretty sure they all have common input output. I'm willing to bet that the routing is digital. You honestly, guys, I have no clue. No idea. Anyway, yeah, so this would be a typical setup for how I would turn something into somewhat of a snare. Let's see if anything else in here is worth pulling out. That's kind of cool. Let's toss in that in there for fun. Hey, Stern. Sick. Okay, so now let's go ahead and move this over here. All right. So let's group this. Right click, effects selector, effects selector. And let's go ahead and run an analog heat through here now. Let me make sure that I took that off. Yeah, okay. Oh, this is pretty much the same setting, so we can kind of just run this and see what that's gonna do. Oh, wow. I guess because this is like one of the last things on here, it's already... Yeah, okay, we're fine. Because we're using the compressor before the heat, we can actually get quite a lot of makeup gain, so... This is the thing. I'm gonna go over to the compressor over here. There we go. Sidechain filter. We can even put some reverb through this if we wanted to. So we could... That sounds pretty good on a snare. Okay. Software plus hardware combination I never knew about until now. Okay, let me turn the reverb back off because that's kind of cheating. I don't know. I think the heat takes the cake in this one. Let me see what's going on with this. Make sure that nothing is... Yeah, okay. I was just making sure that there weren't any crazy frequencies and I wasn't just like, you know, paying attention to the high end or whatever, but I don't know. What do y'all think about this particular situation? Let's turn that back on. Is there anything else that I would add to this? I don't think so. So let's go ahead and bounce that out. And then I'll come back to this. Go ahead and grab this one. So that's even with that OTT at max. I mean, the fact that like we're having to like listen extremely close and pay attention like very carefully says a lot about where we are with digital, right? But even still, I guess just to, you know what I mean, give you all some context about what to expect. If you are anybody like me that makes music anywhere near what I do, with, you know, being very familiar and fluid with a lot of complex sound design and modulation and blah blah blah. But I don't know, what do y'all think? Which one is better? This one is the one with the heat, I think, and this is the one without the heat. So let's go ahead and pull the tail off of that. I feel like this one has like a much more aggressive attack. This one just smacks a little harder to me, but I don't necessarily know if that's a good thing or not, because it might be too much, you know? Let's see if we can get this back on now that it cooled off. Let me come on over here and plug this little doodad in and see if we can get that up and running. Shit, now it's not even showing up. Hold on one sec. Show preview. There we go. Now maybe that'll show up. Maybe not. Cancel. Okay. This is not coming back on, so. Is it on though? Yeah, it's on. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, so that's with some drums. I guess what we can do now is take this off. The first one is intense and the second one sounds a bit more relaxed. Both have their places, methinks. That's a good way to put it. Let's go ahead and put a tune in here that I've made that's not mastered. Beat tape 2. And let's go ahead and toss this on the master, and now we will find out whether or not this is worthy of being on the master chain. So I am going to turn the Pro L off. I'm going to turn the Pro 2 off. Usually whatever is on the master channel, all this other stuff is like I almost never use. It's pretty close to me, but maybe my ears are too old. So let's go ahead and take a listen to this. And we'll toss the analog heat on here. Uh-oh. Do I still have this on another track? I do. That's why. Okay, let's try that again. So let's go to initial. This is without. Thank you. So what do you all think? I mean, I didn't really do a whole lot to this, but I kind of just utilized a little bit of the drive and a little bit of the saturation on here in order to get a slightly bigger high end. And I think that that really is what I feel like most of what mastering should be, right? Like I'm not looking for a big difference on here, but that sounds pretty good, but is it worth $1,000? Right? I don't know. Maybe we can experiment with some of the other distortion circuits on here to see if that sounds good. But I don't know. Do you all feel like that? I think I'd maybe still be interested in this to run to the syntax. And that's the thing too, right? Is like once you start putting this into like actual hardware space, I think that could be a much bigger difference. But I don't think I'd go out of my way to use it in software process. It's worth $1,000, I think, because it's useful for so many things. Well, I mean, like, sure, but is it worth? But compared to the tools that you could probably get, you know, with $1,000, because that's $1,000 that you can spend on anything, right? Like, even if someone gave me heat for free, I'd probably never use it in Bitwig. An external effects machine, is it? Yeah, it's an external effect machine. It's meant to be, you know, towards the end of whatever you got going on. So I do think that if you use this, I wouldn't have the intention on using this as a clipper, even though you could. So that's something that we can do. Let's go ahead and run this back And I'm just going to change the settings of the dirt and all this stuff on here and just turn off the Pro Ls. Actually, we can keep the first Pro L2 on because we're going to boost it up. But let's see if if we can run this hot and clip it. So actually, wait, let's clip it first and then we'll add the gain addition. But for an entirely different context. Yeah, and like I said, I'm not trying to sell anybody on it or like say if it's good or bad. Like this is just an example. That sounds really fat. Even though it's more quiet. Wants to run me a bath and cook dinner and for $1,000 cash. Yeah, I understand. Maybe back off just a little bit. So if you just wanted to run it as a soft clipper, then you can do that. But obviously, like, I hate that it still has like an insane amount of gain reduction. That makes sense too. This is with. Do y'all think that it sounds better with the processing that I did on the chain, or not really, or sounds way better with it on? Let's go into this other tune. I think I've got all this stuff saved because I pulled it out, but I'm gonna go into and to pull up Ruminate, and let's see if we can master that, because I really need to get this project out anyways. So hold on one second. 1057 1102 V2. Okay. I do think that high-end analog EQ does make a huge difference. Even just like pulling out the detail in the high ends, like just that small smidge amount is pretty, like, I think that's actually what I'm most jazzed about, is that little high-end EQ boost thing, like, just sounds really good to me. Hey Avin, what's up, brother? Okay, so let's go ahead and play this through, and then I'm gonna turn off the mastering stuff on here. Figure out the project at the track level. Yeah, you'd have to bounce it out though, because you can only have one instance. But I guess if you're doing it through the sound design thing and you're like bouncing it out, you have a point. it might be nice to just do sound design and have it on the master channel. Like that might be really nice. Yeah, just leave it off. Yeah, that makes sense. Depends on what you're using it for, right? All right, so I think that unfortunately something happened within this master. This might be kicks too long on super saw section, add an auto pan on the phonofocal. I think I already did that. This tune is pretty old. Well, it's not old, but it's like, it was a while ago when I was fully in it, and I want to finish this. I just am not happy with the mix, and the thing with it particular is this part. So maybe something that we can do to bring out some of that detail, because I really want that. I really want that noise base to be super fizzy. We'll probably try a couple of different things, but what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to change this off and move this back here. Okay, I just want to make sure that was still going to work. And maybe perhaps let's put the heat on it. Remove this. I think that I was just checking the stereo on this. I don't think that I was actually doing anything interesting with this. Yeah, just monitoring. So we don't need that. I'm not doing anything here. Moving the sides. Boosting the sides just a bit. Okay. So now that we have that, we can pull on the analog heat, and then let's see if we can just get a nicer touch on this. I think one thing that I'm really going to need to do in order to make this where I want it to be. Where are we at here? The Ripper. Did I save this? I need to save these patches. Maybe I'll toss these in Requiem too. What am I doing here? Widening it. Is that 0? Oh yeah, the filter is after the distortion. I wish that it was before. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me why it's after. Should be. Alright, so with this, I think that I would like to make this just a little bit crispier. Funnel Ghost? No, this one. So we need to kind of design this. I don't even hear a difference, to be honest. It'd be like if everyone did metal. Yeah. Bring them. Let's do it. I know, I'm kidding. Okay, now maybe what we can do is, we made this really loud, but maybe we can turn this down by like 2 dB. I can't get it right. It doesn't have the impact that I want this to be like, just, you know what I mean? All the distortion is kind of blocking the vocals behind it. Don't know if I can sidechain it to that. Well, it's not, the vocal's not meant to be up front. It's meant to be in the background. Really what I want this to do is to just fucking super smack. But what am I doing here? Got a ring mod on this? Why? Am I sidechaining with the ring mod? Huh? No, I'm just... doing that. So what am I doing for sidechaining? Oh, this is old school. Well, that is interesting. Shit. Alright, well, maybe I might want to switch this out to the dynamics. And then on the drums, the fundamentals rather, we're going to do a replacer. We're gonna grab a sampler. Just grab a hat. What? What? Oh. Okay. Okay, so that's a better way to sidechain because we can just use that as a click. Maybe. It's like not even working. Why aren't you working? Yeah, I don't know. This mix is fucked. This mix is fucked, and I don't know how to fix it. So I think what I'm going to do is just leave everything as is and then reopen it. And let's try again. Did I turn this down because Corey was asleep, or audio problems? Did the audio go out? No, it's fine. So something interesting that I've noticed about the slight stream hiccup. Yeah, something that I've noticed about the clipping within the analog heat is that it preserves the dynamics. Because if we look at this, like, let's just go ahead and pull up another Pro L2. Like the fizz on the bass, what I'm thinking that's the challenge. Right, is I want it to sound crispy and clear, but I don't want it to be super muddy. And so I don't know. Maybe I'll send it to Dash or something and just, or I'll have him listen to it and see if he can help me figure out what the fuck is going on. Excuse me. But yeah, so if you look at this, even though this is going to be clipping, there's a lot more dynamics in this. This tune is so good though. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. Ruminate TikTok version. Yeah, isn't that interesting how that reintroduces dynamics? Now that might be a good thing, but I don't know. Is that not working? Ah, that's what we were missing. There's the master right there. It's so crazy, like, getting into this amount of distortion is just fucking nuts. You know what it might be is it might be that the bass is actually louder than the kick. It looks like. No, it still sounds bad. But what I think it is the from what this is telling me, the elements are very cool. The mix is a challenge. I guess not. Flick a preset. For some reason, this isn't soloing. I think that's because we're on a beta and the beta is not being happy. Yeah, I really don't know. I don't know what to do about this tune. And that's why I haven't put it out yet, is because like there's some glaring issues with it, but I just can't fix it. And I think even Corey's like let's just put it out, but I'm like I like this tune a lot. I care about it, so it feels like the snare could be more forward and clear. Yeah. Maybe I think in my last session I actually fixed the snare. I was actually working on that because it was too long, and I believe that I fixed it, except for that one. Join the Cult of Done? No. I don't. I think it works well right here. Hey Levi, what's up, brother? But it does not work here. Yeah, I have. But I'm refusing to join the Cult of Done. Right. Well, what I'm saying is that the bass is obviously fighting with the snare. And it's not moving out of the way. So it's not moving out of the way enough anyways. So this dude, and as you can see, I think that I've tried an exuberant amount of, is that a tilt? Yeah, I think that's a tilt. I guess what I could do is sidechain, maybe I could sidechain this to 0 latency, post, cello chords, master. I'm so glad that they fixed this, by the way. Resampled drums, Ripper, saw stack, subreese, XO. Did I use XO on this tune? Let me pull this up on the kick and snare here. Forgot that I had this. Pro Q3. Let's see where these are clashing. Cult of Dung? No. Let me see what happens if I put an OTT on this. Or a fuse, rather. Dude, the fucking fuse compressor is so... There's a reason why I bought this. But now I feel like we've lost the kick. That's all I've got on my kick? What the fuck was I thinking? We're gonna do a couple of things to this. Fuse everything. I think that I probably could have chosen a better kick. Like, the kick is clicky, but... Okay. I might just like completely reshape this kick because I think it needs some love. Gentle slope. We also don't... I need an oscilloscope and see what I'm doing. yeah, so I think I'm gonna have to go back and probably just replace this kick, because I do not think that it is. I don't think that it's working for this tune, and I think that if I can fix the kick and get that to push the sidechain a little harder out of the way, then it might make some space for all that other stuff. But yeah. So, anyways, I don't know. Would I ever go hardware drum machine? I've been thinking about doing that for a while. Something analog and digital. Well, I actually bought the analog heat plus effects as basically like a trade-in for the MPC Live 2. And while I do like the MPC Live 2, I think that it was more for sampling and like putting stuff into it. And even though you can do some sound design on it, it has like some drum designers and stuff, and I've made videos on it. I just didn't really like what was coming out of it. It was really hard for me to like get the kind of tonalities that I like to make. And so I was kind of like, whatever. But yeah, it was cool. I don't know. A syntax might be interesting, but I would say like I wish that there was a place that we could demo hardware or something before we ever even bought one, but there's not really a place for that. You don't have a Blockbuster for hardware since actually I'm sure that exists somewhere, but there's none near me anyways. Yeah, so what are we doing here? Yeah, I'm not going to save this. I'll come back to it later and I'll just rework it, but people like the Perkins, but that's expensive. What is that? Percons? I think for the most part though, like more and more do I see people using Electron stuff for everything. And what else is there that's really good? Roland, but for me, I don't know. I just like having like a lot of control with my drums and the way that I make things and whatnot. So it's kind of hard to say. So I don't know. Maybe something that we could do that could be fun is we can do some sound design with this guy on the master and just run it through some subtle saturation. And let's just see what that's going to sound like while we do some stuff here. But I guess what we want to start with is at least some kind of sound, so that way we have some point of reference in which to like not destroy everything. Just a little bit of high-end boost. This is usually set to like 3, so I don't know, this might end up like fucking me up, but go over here to my trusty Oxy 1 sequencer. We can load a different project. Empty project. Sounds good to me. Let's go ahead and set this up to, I don't know, how about harmonic minor in F? F2, F0. Let's go ahead and get a sequence in here. Pretty wild, huh? Something isn't happening quite right on this. And also, why is this... Okay. So what's up with this? Because this should be doing some cool shit. That is enormous. Enormous. Oh, that's why. I was like, what the fuck? There we go. Dope. Okay, so let's go ahead and thank you. let's go ahead and get some percussion. Alright, so we got a bunch of shit from the Oxy 1, and now we've got a lot of stuff to be able to pull from this to find some different phrases and make a couple of different things. So let's go ahead and find a kick. I'm going to turn that off. Nice. Wow. Sounds pretty good. Still want to run it through my chain just to see if we can make it any bigger. Nice. Just a little more thump. Alright, that's a fat kick. Fat kick. Fat kick ting. And the problem is that it keeps getting fatter because of the analog heat. I suppose I could turn this off now, or something, but I don't know how I would organize that in a way to, just leave this on, because that's doing quite a bit through that sound design process. Or maybe what I could do is just back off. Wow. Is there some pre-ringing on that? I think it might just be the analog heat doing that. Oh, that's not on. What's making it do that? Okay, well, I guess we got some texture in this kick. Okay. That's so weird. All right, well, let's grab a snare. Eaten at Perkins in years. What's Perkins? You know what? I could probably get away with this. Oh man, I love when shit works out. That's so funny. It's kind of family oriented, hard to describe. How the hell is that 8 point? Oh, never mind. I was like, what the fuck? There we go. That sounds better. Okay. We've got our snare. But where did I... Oh, okay. Why is that so quiet now? let's move all this other stuff over here. Set it like that, and then I do kind of want to see what this might sound like if we were to roll this on over here. I was wondering why that got so quiet. There we go. Actually, that's kind of cool. That's really cool. Okay, so now that we kind of have some kind of vision for this, I want to make it like way more swinging. Oh, it's getting there. Kind of just want to control this. All that shit is cool, so we can kind of just layer up and add some of that stuff in some of these cases. So I like that. I don't necessarily feel like that's appropriate for that part, but this sounds like something worth making into a song. Well, I'm kind of just fucking around. See if I got any womps on here. You talking about the analog heat? Well, this is my first track that we've actually started like leaving it on the master, and it's cool. It's okay. It's okay. I actually want to take this. And we're going to use this as a layer for our snare here. See what that sounds like. But I mean, yeah, it's interesting. It's got a lot of versatility to it, but it's kind of hard to use because it has like a lot of gain reduction, and that's not how I like to work. So can you send more than one thing through it? It only has one input, but you can use it as overbridge. So you can put it on a on the master, or which is what I have right now, or send it into individual channels. Which I think, I don't know. I'm not sure if I want to do the sound design. Yeah, I probably want to do the sound design with it and then turn it off, and then maybe bring it back subtly when everything is said and done. I don't necessarily think it's a good idea to leave it on at all times, because once you resample it, it's going to keep distorting it because it's on the master. So if you resample it with the analog heat, then it's going to be ran through analog heat again and again and again, which I guess in some cases could be cool, but I don't know. I might talk with my peers about how to strategize making that somewhat useful. Thank you. Enjoying the hell out of Current. Excuse me. Yeah, Current's cool. Thanks, guys. So I kind of need to like start from the beginning though, because I want to get the rhythm right with what I want this to sound like. And this is going to be the difference between it sounding cheesy and sounding like actually somewhat, I don't know, cool. See how much more of a difference that makes? See how that sounds. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just take everything from here and copy that back over to, because I don't think anything is different other than these guys. So see how much more swing that has? What's, oh, what, Bitwig? Okay, we're almost there. Didn't I have a really cool phrase? Maybe I deleted it. That's okay. Okay, so now that we have something like that, let's go ahead and organize this in a way that I can start resampling it again and try to find some cool other patterns to toss in with this. All of this stuff goes here. Well, that goes there. That sound is so fucking funny. It just sounds like so pathetic. Ooh, baby. you fucking... Thank you. Shit. Yo, Phantom, what's up? So look, I gotta be honest with you, bro. This is the first time that I'm seeing you, and I also see that you're a member. Dude, thank you. Oh shit. I was like, what the fuck? Why are you doing that, bro? I was like, what the hell? People don't do that. I've debutted my music persona. Why are you fucking with me like that? I thought you were somebody. Which, thank you for everything, but. Oh, that's dope. That's kind of nice. That's kind of cool, so maybe not that, but like a... Maybe we can take out the little... Hey, Wiggles, welcome back. Okay, so what I can also do, I might even change up this baseline. Let's see if we can find another bass in here that could be interesting. Hey MW, how's the box turn out for you? It's cool. It's I don't know if it's worth the money, but we're kind of testing it out right now. Cool to see Electron gear. I've got a Digitact, but don't use it as much as you like. It seems to be a pretty popular thing. I got a lot of new people in here from it. Right now we're just putting it on the master while I'm working on stuff, which is okay. Let's load up a new pattern. Wait, what? There we go. All right, let's come back to that. Hold on one sec, guys. Let me switch this over real quick to F0. I think that this was in harmonic minor. And then let's go back to our bass that we had. How is it digging around? Electron workflow may seem strange at first. Well, there's not much of a workflow with the heat, right? Because it's just effects. Like, one thing that I really dislike about it is that we can't put the filter and the EQ on the opposite side of the character. And I think that Data Broth was saying that it's because it's circuitry and it's analog, like you can't change that, which blows ass, because that really puts a hindrance on what I would want to do with this. Now, because we're working in a DAW, like, there are workarounds, so I can just put another clipper on the outside of it. But if you want to use this as a dedicated clipper, you can, but it's going to reduce the signal by like 3.4 dB. And then anything that you add after that, let's say the dirt or the EQ or whatever, it's going to, like, but even in analog, you can choose what is where. Well, I'm not sure if it's hardwired or not, right? So if it's hardwired within the box, then that means that you can't change it. But I really want the filter and the EQ to be on the opposite side of the character. And then, or I think an easier solution would be to just put a freaking limiter in this. Like, why is there not? This seems like a mastering chain solution, but there's no limiter built in. So it's like, why would you? I don't know. Maybe, you know, put a soft clip on the compressor and then use that at the end so that can work as a limiter. Like, that seems like that would make a lot of sense to me, because you can just be like, boom, clip. It's right there. So it's just a suck thing on the heat, I guess. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. We did a bunch of sound design with it earlier, and that's what we started with. And right now, everything that I'm resampling is actually going back through the heat as well. So there's that. But yeah. Well, I did a bunch of comparisons between the disc tube culture and the analog heat. So if y'all want to check that out, then you can do that. And if anybody's wondering, like, hey, do I need this box or whatever, I went and took the plunge, so that way you all can decide for yourselves on whether or not you need it. For me personally, like, I already own it, so there's that. But it's cool. I don't know. It's cool. I just wish that it had like some very simple things that would immediately make it more inspiring, but what can you say? Yeah, that makes sense. Hey Skylar, long time no see. Well, it's not even that. I thought that's what it was being marketed as. Wow. Dang. That got dope. Or that became dope. So maybe what we can do is we can even move this over and we can just do a whole nother beat or something. So let's go ahead and just move that over to the drums. Been on a production break. Well, it's good to see you back. Glad you made it, buddy. Leave that there. Wow. Okay, maybe I might want to not leave this stuff in and turn all this shit off. You all, I have to use the restroom. I will be back. Actually, this is probably where I'm going to call it. I've got some other things that I need to do. I know I'm sorry for the sudden thing, but much love to you all. Thank you so much for chilling with me. We'll continue this on Wednesday, or maybe I'll be doing a different project or something. But yeah, I don't know. Let me know in the comments what you all think about the heat, and we'll discuss it in a future video and do all that stuff. You guys, before you go, I just put up this crazy video on like MIDI hacks and whatnot, and I would love it if you all could binge it. It's an hour long, and just put it in the background. But if you're struggling with coming up with ideas, this is the way that I came about making this tune today. If you like it at all, is the exact same way that I was teaching in that video. So please go check it out. But other than that, much love to you guys. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on Wednesday. Bye, everybody.